Lactating. I'm lactating. Morning, morning. Watching this PLYX. Can you hold for daddy? Nope. Of course not. Thank you for that. Morning.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Rejected.
What? Okay. Nvidia juicing. Got big earnings this week with the memory makers, right? Damn. Not sure what's up with this WNW. Nice daily. WNW. ACXP daily. Dang it, how did I miss that? It's on my watch list. WNW with a cuck. Candle's not right, is it? Well, this is trade zero. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, real quick, everything looked like ass. We got a Trump presser at 11:45 coming from Trade Exchange. Let's keep an eye on that. How fast? Well, yeah, the L2. I knew the L2 would be faster. I knew E-Trade's L2 would updated in quarter seconds or half seconds. My worry was, would it be too fast? Like some of these tickers that, like, not Tesla right now. I need like a high volume one. It just looks like a disco ball going off in your face. That's when it's a little like, Kind of wish it was a little slower, like taking pictures. WNW, maybe a W here. What I don't get is why, like, any 8 number is never an 8. It's like 7799. That I don't know what. I 90.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Could be a W.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Okay. W worked nicely. These fills are better. Well, I was still on the ask. Market orders are not. E-Trade will beat market orders hands down. On the exit, let me be clear. The buys probably are going to be the same. Wow, is this halting up? Oh, great. I just missed out on that one. In with 50. Let's go, Teddy. We haven't had a halt like work in a long time. So all it takes is one to get that. What are we opening at? 346. So it looks flat right now. Once we get one to absolutely juice, it's on. So. The crypto move, I'm not impressed. Like, I'm not impressed yet. You get over 75K, you have my attention. Till then, are you kidding me? The ETF meta viewer fund and retirement fund, we need 270 and no CGN. It's at 267. Jeez. ACXP playing around down here, maybe a 5-minute. WNW 10-cent gap down. What's the play with Nvidia? Well, memory makers say that demand from AI is going to be incredibly strong through XYZ year. That would indicate that demand for GPUs are probably equal still, even though we know that because Nvidia reported already a couple weeks ago and said that. So I guess memory goes up, then Nvidia goes up. I don't know. Nvidia should be a lot higher right now, but it's not. So make sense of it. I don't know. So we have a Trump presser today. Is this about something specific? Like, do we know, I should say? Because if he's talking about anything Iran, we probably want to go long on something. Because he's not going to come out and say bad things. W&W open. Dip and rep. 11:45, I think they said. So, it's probably going to start like 12:30. Was there a headline that I'm missing for Nvidia? Is that why you brought it up? They have a conference today? Oh, GTC. What time is that? A.m. So 2 o'clock. So W and W, I thought broke the highs. See, this is what I would get. Like, this shows that it didn't break 346. However, on TradingView, it shows that it broke it. Riddle me that, Batman. ACXP consolidating here. It does have 496 level here. The zero pull. I don't understand. I wonder if it marks like lots under 100 or not. Oh, here's 79. High is 6. How quickly have things just died off? Jeez. 5 minute about to close on this candle. MACD's down. FOMC Wednesday. Good call. Wrong button. WNWW here. Over this 337. Shouldn't be this difficult. They're hammering the bid, but it's not moving.
Partial execution.
What am I at? 40?
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Okay. Struggling, break 50. There it goes. Still struggling. Halt up is 396. Is this a Chinese shitter? $4. Sure looks like it, huh? Down to 95 cents. ACXP still looking decent for maybe a scalp in here. SCO juicing? Okay.
Partial execution.
So close. goes. Of course it goes. 5-minute hit now. The MACD is still scaring me a bit. W and W 1-minute fail. Nice work, Teddy. Jeez. TLYS. Friday's high is 290. Right there. W and W watching this W. What's this high? 385. Watch this W. 385 break. $62. Oh. This should absolutely take it right here. Wow. Nightscope tweeting something here. Autonomous security. Going the wrong way, Nightscope. Daily looks prime. Why isn't this headline moving it? ASCP. Just early? Low a day. So much for that. ASCP, wow, that was a nice move. Gotta love that when a freaking company puts out a headline just so they can liquidate stock in your face. Freaking dirty ass hoe.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
And that one trade made me red on the day. I had like every trade green and then one red trade. That's, and I went heavy on it. Tweet out by Nightscope. Daily looked great. Liquidate my ass.
Only 54 more months to go to get my secret viewer surprise.
That's right, time taker. You keep freaking waiting. Side hustle, is that one that just is a dick? Not aware of that. This TLYS has got a wall here. ACXP hanging around that 5 level. Damn. ACXP, that was a nice 1 minute. So 40 break. Huh. HCWB. Gotta love it. Gets these, you know, every once in a while pops, so play them while they last, right? A 1 minute cuck. You know, I typically don't like trading the stocks that are low flow. I don't know if this is low flow or not, but it does have 3 million shares to 5 million shares a minute. I typically don't like trading that, but the chart looks like it's played nicely. Yeah, I see that WNW. $5 minutes there, but you're right. The 1 minute MACD is hurting you. Unless you got like a failed cuck here. Hmm. HCWB went. It is a 5 minute cuck, huh?
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Come on. Dip and rip it. So ripe. Dip and rip it. That's all that's left is this 14. It says 15, but there's no way. It says 15. I never saw 15. I never saw 15. The hell? $5 minute cock is 17. It's so ripe. Why did this pop the other day? 313. Oh. 16. Oh. RMD short report. The 5-minute looks so good on this thing. Like freaking just juice it. Okay. That's no bueno. Turb? That's an oil and gas player, right? It's up 14% today. It's weird. I'll pull it up on a chart in a second. Turb. Huh. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it's moving on today, but no, I ain't gonna complain. I know what you're looking at, cheese. The break of freaking 5. This. I don't know if it gets there, honestly. The Bollinger Band might bounce it. 513 is the trigger now. They're trying to break this. I wonder if you break it and then bounce, or is it just going to dump? Pop or drop soon on this thing. Well, there's the break of that level. Do I add or I close it out? Is she gonna blow? Let's see. GSET breaking out, huh? The daily. Watch that. Turb with a W. Come on, big boy. Really light volume pushing it up there. Come on. Give us the 5-minute cock, which would now be what? 5:10. W and W curling back up. Some levels above there. Turb has that W here. This is a failed cock, so this would be in. If I wasn't in it, I'd be probably playing that. Get some of these dominoes to fall. Again, it says 511. I do not see it on the tape. Oh, right there. 100 lot. Those freaking bastards. W and W. There it is. Big cock. Big juicy one. Jeez. WATT Amazon extended partnership rumor. Okay.
Partial execution.
All out ACXP on the 5-minute cock and drop. CTMX. Turb trying to curl. UIND. Waiting on this one. For me, it's got to be over 80 now, the daily level. It's made these kind of peaks here. You need to start making new, higher highs rather than lower highs, lower lows. It's close. Not there yet. Buddha, I started out good and now I'm red. Bitcoin quick drop. Oil starting to move up a little bit. Jimmy.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
And Boeing bounced right back from that headline. Jeez. Smith is still alive. Let's see where we're at here. The main level is 511 now. WNW with the W, 5 minute. It's a cuck and go. That would have been nice. Serving the sauce, 20 months. Let's go, my man. Wow.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Whoa, WNW, absolute monster move. Holy shit. There we go.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Wild moves on that WNW, man. USO looks like it's trying to break out again. What are you in, time taker? The market? Oh, you're short the market. Get you some, bud. WNW 1 minute. Hmm. That was rough. Cock and drop. Over 450. Well, now it's making a W, so yeah. It's not what you want to see there. But could make a W, just bounced off the 9 EMA, so 450 right now would be potential entry. This CTMX, it's got quite the squeeze formed here. Momentum bar is trying to shift. We'll see how that goes. Hilo, I don't know if you were stuck in that. Freaking A. WNW short. If it loses the 9 EMA, maybe, but I'm not willing to short that until like the W fails or a 5-minute cock and drop, something. Still in an uptrend right now. Nice. I mean, Teddy, don't be afraid to take some off the table there, bud. What's up with BCRX? The hell? Anybody got any news on BCRX? Says no news. Something's up. There's some news somewhere. We gotta find it. Maybe it's on Twitter. Let's go look. Nothing. Now this could get interesting. 110 break. ORBS. 110, then 118. What is all these random pops? This is an insider buy on SENS. I was just about to go long on WNW. He's just about to do it. Freaking juice is $5 basically. Goodness gracious. So these are all just Form 4 filings? Okay. New high. No idea what this is. Time taker, you play that gap? You gonna get into that gap? What the hell is this move? WNW, 1 minute. Slow for me. UNW, they're high. I don't know if this G set can go or not, but it's geared up for a move. Or 90 or 948. An M&A blog made it move? Huh. Yeah, I like this orbs Cosmo, especially if it gets over that. Was it 110? With you on that one. What do you have as the float, Cosmo? I love it. I go from E-Trade, which showed me the float Well, it actually showed me the shares outstanding, which is close enough. But it didn't give me halt levels. It didn't give me all the other stuff. Now I have halt levels. I don't have basic fundamentals of a company. I don't have shares outstanding or float or market cap for that matter. How is that even possible? $26 million to $132 million. Okay. There goes that G-sit we were just talking about. Nice little 14-cent pop. Well, I don't mean fundamentals as in like whatever of the company. I'm just talking like, can I have the basic fundamentals of the stock and company, the market cap and shares outstanding? I mean, that's it. Just give me those two things. I don't even need flow. Just give me shares outstanding. 230 million? Jeez. Isn't this a Tom Lee and Kathy Wood something? It's orbs. I think it's something else. Reminder, we should have Trump speaking in an hour or so. Orbs is the Sam Altman one coin. Is that I thing? The AI? Yeah, because everybody trusts that shit. Should go to 0. There's going to have to be some way, though, in the very near future of identifying if the person you're talking to on the phone, through chat, whatever, is an actual person. Like there's right now, if I get a phone call from a company, even if it's like my bank that says your credit card is got suspicious activity on it, how would I know that they're real or not? There's zero way. I just assume anyone calling me, boom, scammer. Only the bank would know. Maybe. There's another push on this ACXP. WNW. Oh my gosh. I just need to get on that train, huh? Digital ID. I mean, it's going to have to go to some sort of biometric something. Whether it's a fingerprint activated off your phone. Kind of like those pass keys or whatever. Basically, that's what that is, right? WNW. Holy hell. Fidelity broker records your voice. Yeah, but still, that's going to be so easy to be faked. Taddy, good trade though. Sperm sample ID. Have the top list up? What are you talking about? Top list, Relic? Oh, you mean this thing? Where do you see float and all that? You have to. So I have to be able. So it has to be on my top list to be able to. It's the only place, and I can add the column. Oh, how stupid is this? Market cap. Okay, that's important. You can't see this. All right. Oh, there's float. So this is the only place that this information is at, is if it happened to be in the freaking top list. Like, it's not on. I think instead of a phone number for you, a hidden number for metals contracts halted. What? Trading halted and key contracts on the London Metal Exchange. What? You can pick it on my watch list. Okay. Okay, columns. There's market cap. And float. So in order to see it, I have to put it on my freaking watch list. Well, thank you for that, Relic. I didn't know that existed. Not ideal, but it's at least something. Still watching this 107 level. V. All right. Won't miss this trade though. That is very interesting, actually. Into that gap. Okay. Put it on a watch. Intel Sync. Jeez, if that isn't a scam headline. That V is juicing.
Partial execution.
Do it. 108 break is on level. It's 110 that's the real one. Good start. Choochin'. News on orbs? Orbs and open AI? What is that headline? Look at that perfectly timed headline. Orbs is giving direct exposure to OpenAI before their IPO is something Beta said. Watch the 110. That's the big level. I gotta see Twitter. Orbs gives investors direct exposure to OpenAI before their IPO. Oh, so Orbs owns a piece of OpenAI. Is that what they're saying? That must be the catch here. Break 110 and go stupid for daddy. USO choochin'. Do it. CTMX, jeez. Yeah, V is exploded, yeah. Wait, Bitminer bought a chunk of ORBS, $80 million worth? The float is only 150, right? What the hell? $118. Next daily level. Then you got 133. 129. I don't know if we'll limit up on this, but I'd love to see 118 break. 33. Yeah, it's a bigger float, so I don't expect it to limit. $118 break would be phenomenal. I love seeing the bid. More shares on the bid than on the ask. That's usually a pretty good sign. We're gonna make a run at it. Remember that one time when it kept hitting this before, and I said, "What are we talking about, Zach? What are we talking about?" CTMX chooching. Your butt sweating. You're in heavy. Isn't it interesting that those headlines get pumped as soon as that orbs is at that 108 level? Isn't that just something that those headlines came out? Such a quinky dink, you know what I mean? Big volume on that ask. Chunks. A lot of stuff in between, which is annoying. Don't get out to 150. The nice thing about orbs is it is a rather large float, and it's pretty obvious when a move will come on it, up or down. Usually, you can kind of see it. Right now.
Partial execution.
And if it doesn't go, I can get right back in, baby. Yo, copper, zinc, aluminum has been halted on London Metal Exchange. What the hell is that? What is going on over there? So if this doesn't break down and you see this thing juice back up, I can get back long. Should have broken there, honestly. WNW. That actually looks really good on WNW. Look at this compression. Let me flip over to that one. Maybe I can actually hit this. I don't want to miss orbs either. Oh, I missed orbs.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Chasing this one. Shouldn't have gone as big either. Yeah, 21. Missed it. Freaking missed it. Oh,
Partial execution.
I missed it. All right, I got to the bathroom. We're back to break even though, thank goodness. We're down $1,000. Miss anything? Trump's presser should be starting soon. Well, not really, I guess. I doubt he'll be late, but at least we'll get the feed. Did the metals market ever get figured out? W&W. Oh my gosh. Still though, open, flat, dip, and rip though. I haven't played this once. I need to, apparently. You guys gonna go now?
Partial execution. Partial execution.
That is Dickett. Jeez. I mean, you can't get any a more worse of a trade there. As soon as you enter in, the stock completely reverses. And then as soon as you get out, it bounces back up! How do they know? How do they know? Well, now we're down $600. Low here is 29. Okay.
Partial execution.
Ah! Keep missing my exit. Oh. And not now. Right there, it's 58.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Now it's gonna go friggin' A. Right there is what? 93. Ace. Orbs setting up some structure like a 5-minute W. B. Yeah, I do. I'm watching that one as well. 5 minutes building on that one. Give us a cuck here. Back these down on this WNW. It could flip up though. It's not that, broken. Ooh. Tron breaking out on the daily. And there's WNW. Ooh, it's gonna dump. Careful. Wow, it held. Ooh. 760. Did you sell? All these pops that it makes, it doesn't hold. Like it's a quick pop and then pull back. Quick pop, pull back. Quick pop, sideways. This one was a grinder. So is this one. But a lot of them is quick pop and then pull back. So you got to be quick on the exits. Orbs, 5-minute W. 117 is the level. What's this? Fill-in-8. Yeah, it's a tough one. Just went. I mean, it's like an immediate pop and then boom. Probably like right back to where you bought. CTMX trying to do something here. What? Huh. It's no bueno. Oh, it's no bueno. What's up, Igloo? Okay. Back to minus 800, just like that. Okay. Jeez. Telling people to evacuate. It's similar to when we hammered them the first time. We took out their nuclear and they needed to respond, and then they said we're even, but they just basically hit an empty base for show. I wonder if this is going to be something similar. After this hit, they say, all right, let's talk. It's kind of doing the grind up that it similarly did here until it halted. So we've only had one halt on this, right? And it dip and ripped. I wonder if it's going to happen again. It's got room to 15. Trump, Kennedy. This ain't going to be anything, is it? I'll have it up if and when it goes live. Yeah, I'll put it on. He's not going to start on time. My guess is 12:30. I have the link on, so when I start getting some audio through it, then I'll put it up. I don't think it's anything important though. It's the Trump. That's a lunch with the Trump Kennedy Center board members. I don't know. Is there maybe Q&A? I imagine. 2023 market. It's pretty bad. email. This is another picture of your feet. Freaking soils the dev now.
I thought orthopedic shoes were a scam, but after wearing them I stand corrected.
You stand corrected. Oh my gosh, this guy. This freaking guy. 55 months, Big Dave. Look at that dip buy. Jeez. Is short interest in the columns that I can have here? Let me see. Ah. Not really a big short interest at all. Decisions within all of them at 6 miles per hour. That's wild. London Metal Exchange, the electronic market is currently in a technical halt. Exchange intends to restore trading on the secondary instance. That is crazy. That's the second. That's the second exchange issue in like a month. LME has no pants. Susie Wiles has breast cancer. Trump's chief of staff. Oh. Pretty low volume cuck here. Backdate crossed. Orbs again. LME intends to restore trading after the closing price window. That's something.
Partial execution.
No shot, dude. I reverse it immediately. Unbelievable. It's gonna cook. This is gonna cuck one more time. Unbelievable.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
How do I get dicked on this thing every time I take it? And it's gonna go? How? Google and Nvidia headline. Wow, that is. How's that not go? MACD is clearly down now.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Orbs went. Journey says will not participate in securing Strait of Hormuz and will not, and we do not know of a concept for doing so. Yeah, I got half of the loss, so I was down 2,000. Now I'm just back to down 1,000. Thing is wild, man. She said took a shit. I wish I had a 2-minute chart in here.
Partial execution.
1040. It's like you got to have limit orders like up there because you're never going to get filled on the initial break. Got banned in League of Legends for saying oh shit, that's the White House. I was like, what is that noise? Dude, it sounded like I get it up here. Oh shit. Hang on. I don't have it set up for new.
Thank you very much. Please, Susie. No place like the White House. Do we agree? Agreed. Right, Mr. Kraft? No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for
Trying to add
the
it.
Kennedy Center, but we'll go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present, unfortunately, constantly. And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So, thank you
I'm
very
missing
much
this move, aren't I?
for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very
SCYX
smart,
company has
talented
received FDA orphan drug
patriots
designation
at
for
this table. Our
their treatment
powerful
for invasive
military campaign to end the
candidiasis.
threats posed by the Iranian regime
SCYX and
continued
Nexus.
in full force over the past few days.
SEYX.
They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone.
SCYX,
gone.
Chuck.
Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing
WNW
what
getting
should have
another
been done
pop here.
many years
Maywoo
ago.
shares up about
Should have been done many years
600% now,
ago.
$12.46.
Since the
Almost
beginning
got
of
it.
the conflict, we've struck more
November
than
whiskey.
7,000 targets across
Trump
Iran.
says Iran has been
And these have been
literally
mostly commercial and
obliterated.
military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic
Says U.S.
missile
has struck
launches
more than
and a
7,000
95%
targets.
reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, where the places
Have
where they
hit mostly
manufacture
commercial
the
and
missiles
military
and the drones.
targets.
And that's
And
going
of course,
on
this
today. We just hit
goes
3 of
down
them
when I'm
today.
sticking with this.
It's getting
WNW
very hard
freaking
for them
$13.
to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. As you know, we attacked Carg Island and knocked it literally.
Somebody was short at
destroyed
$7.
everything on the island except for the area where the
He
oil
probably covered
is.
though, huh?
I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but that we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes' notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word, and the pipes will be gone too. But it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of
oil.
ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But we don't know that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm, it matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000
If they
soldiers,
don't
great soldiers,
verbally
protecting
suck
them
my
from
dick,
harm's way.
things
And
change.
we have
That's
done a
basically
great
what you
job.
just said.
And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor. Very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago. Predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, "That's a bad guy. You better get him." 1 year before, exactly, I wrote it in a book. You can even check about a year before the World Trade Center came down. President Clinton
Oil's
actually had a
popping.
shot at him, and he didn't take it. Unfortunately, I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted
Yeah,
a
fix
lot of
the-
things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait for blood.
Watch this.
You know, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the Strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great. We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been a great help. And it's been to their grace, done a really good job. We get along with them really well, but we've taken out millions of
Members,
barrels
we did
of
post
oil
that link earlier in the news desk.
and
Trump
brought
is
to
currently
Houston and
speaking
other
live.
places for
That link earlier in
to
the
the
news desk. We are
refineries. We
posting
have
some
refineries
excerpts
set
into
up
the
specifically for
feed
that.
as well.
And it's been a great,
just
it's
talking
been a great
about Iran right
relationship,
now.
and more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil
this gonna go?
source, and we're getting, we're stepping it up very
It's a
rapidly.
1 minute
The big
cock, but it
companies
took
are
too
going
long
in,
to pull back for me to be
and they
comfortable
will
with taking it.
actually numbers in a pretty short period of time. Numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under
Trump
that
said
land. We
has
strongly
we've
encourage
taken
the
out
other
millions of
nations
barrels of oil from Venezuela.
to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter
Report
if you're
says average
targeted or
daily
not,
Middle East
because
oil exports
this is a
dropped nearly
paper tiger that we're
60%
dealing with now. It
in-
wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a
in
paper
a week
tiger
to
now.
March 15th versus February
So,
average. As
oil
Hormuz
chooching.
stays
Now
mostly
we're going to get
closed.
down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in a moment, but we're going to get down to the reason we're here today. Actually, this was set up a long time ago. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to
All right,
ensure it
well, when we
remains
get
the
back to
finest performing arts facility.
questions, I'll pull them back up.
On Tesla TSLA, article out by Electric now says Tesla reports another robotaxi crash. Still only has a single unsupervised car.
Orbs looks like it could go. A 5 minute anyway. It's a 1 minute cock and drop. These are pretty weak cucks. Might be setting up for a curl. T wave still moving. Oh, that's come down. And they hit the scanner. Huh. Trump was making you money from GME. Jay-Z. A lot of penny poppers today. Whoa, that's got some daily levels. 144. There's a halt level above it. Daily break here at 126. Okay. Disregard on that. Conniption, let's go by 20 months.
What up, SJ?
What up?
Trump on the Fed said should have special meeting to cut rates right now.
Wait.
Into a nice foundation, and you want to see a lot of work, very deep.
I didn't say that. Okay, whatever. How do I... There you go. Did he say that?
Would do them on the lawn with a tent, but when it rains, the lawn is very low.
The hell? Wow, what a retracement. Little 5-minute or 1-minute fail here on WNW. Oh, maybe not. Let's see if it gets a 10 crack and reclaim. WNW is done. Maybe. It's, I mean, the 5 minutes perfectly fine still. Ah, I missed that bounce. On that 950 break, and then I was going to buy, but missed it. Teddy, maybe, but when the hell is the OpenAI IPO? Like, they don't even have a date yet. So, can you imagine what that IPO is going to? That's going to be a giant shit show. It's probably not even going to open till like 2 o'clock that day. A CPU? Goodness gracious. I don't know. That would be wild. They can't build anything new like that. There's not enough chip factories out there to just keep up with the demand of freaking GPUs. Like, I don't know. A CPU, huh? That'd be wild. No need with Edge. Yeah, I mean, they're smoking the competition with GPUs. Like, just keep milking that cow. Make it so the CPU is never a factor in AI. As big of a factor, anyway. That's your wild card prediction. That was a nice 5 minute on ORBS. Jeez, I don't even know what you just described. It's the blurriest shit ever, dude. I have no idea. What am I looking at? Well, yeah. Why can't you send that version like every time, Cheese? Here. Just so everyone knows what I'm looking at. This is the first picture he sends over. Like, what it... I don't even... That's blown up, by the way. And then the second picture. Look how clear that one is. Why can't we do that every time? Why do we have to make it difficult? VFX. Literally the same? Obviously not. This freaking guy. $56K. Orb. Oh, I missed it. High day too. Damn it. Looking rough here. Okay. Yellow. It's yellow. Freaking Yankee. Holy hell, can this market be any more boring? Literal war is going on. This market dead. Saw that immediately. I am professional, Cheese. I'm gonna try a bounce on this WNW. It's getting really extended. Somewhere near 7, maybe. But it is pretty violent down right now. Ain't trying to catch a knife. Bet you would, cheese. I got nothing else. All my other charts are just trash. Jay-Z's starting to go. It's that penny. Oh, wait. Why? Oh, no, that's looked at the wrong ticker. HCWB.
Partial execution.
Oh, I got
Partial
filmed.
Execution.
Halted. Gapping down. Of course. Jay-Z. This is HCWB. Well, 500 shares isn't enough for SJ and a T12 to get excited, no doubt. So, high day is right up here. I say we all go in a live trade from GTC 2027. Odd stream would. Wait, go and live trade from GTC. Stream would have 5K viewers and we could go see Celebrating Life. Nah. you're probably not allowed to stream that. You get kicked out of there in a heartbeat. However, one of these days I'll be at one of these live events and I'll have a laptop with a broker open, ready to go. All right, when does this thing open? 43:27. Or no, 48:27. 2 minutes. One and a half. Rio or an Iggy? Once again, one of these days I'll find it funny something that you say, because right now it's just stupid.
Partial execution.
Come on. Come on.
Partial execution.
I gotta come back to here. I like that entry, but I gotta come back to this piece of junk. 48.27. 20 seconds. Flat open. High days 10. And high day.
Rejected.
Oh. All right. Well, whatever. Maybe don't, but it's money, and they love it down the throat. Full fist. Rio or Iggy? I have no idea what you're talking about. Still, you can't continue a joke when we don't know what the first part meant. My best beef jerky? I've been settling. Now, I don't know the best because I go cheap beef jerky. But I find Tillamook to be a quality product for a good price. Why don't I just make it? Oh, yeah, because I have all the time in the world to do that. To experiment on beef jerky. All right, so this is now a M pattern. So the break here should get you a move down. There's that $7 break that I was looking at, and I completely missed it, didn't I? Oh well. See if we get a break and bounce. I'm eating that right now. So much pepper. Well, it depends what you get. Oh, jeez. I need some more charts. The ones I'm watching are dead. Hymns. It's an interesting daily. CBS going to carry the UFC? I don't know. So. How much are going to be tickets? I believe it's free. I mean, obviously they can't have everybody, so there's going to be some way to distribute. But I think Dana White said everything's free. Is it Mario or Luigi? What are you talking about? That's a big order there. What is China? When is his meeting with China? When's Trump's meeting with China? Summit? The whole down? Yeah, this is not ready yet.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
B. Morgan tweeted about from Nvidia.
Partial execution.
Am I just early on this? MR is like a low float, right?
Partial
Ooh.
execution.
Oh, good fill. Yeah. 10 million share float. Nvidia tweets about your company and you only get 200,000 shares of volume. Like, what are we doing here? That's how dead this market is. That's how freaking dead this market is. I'm early. Maybe I am early. I mean, 2 minutes is a freaking eternity. Tron gonna go? W&W halt down. Chinese shitter is finally a shitting. CWB. Damn. Alt up. I ain't taking it. The last one was kind of a joke. Trump's talking about the use of AI for propaganda. Have you guys seen the videos of Netanyahu? Certainly, some of them. Iran wants to make a deal. They're talking to our people. That was the headline right there. Yeah, the Netanyahu AI. There's rumors that he's dead, but I don't think that's true. But he's definitely using AI. Like this is gonna get crazy. Like we can't. I don't. It is not okay for, I think, government officials, and they're gonna use it, to use AI for a public announcement of sorts. But it's happening. It's gonna continue to happen. It's easy. I mean, it's better than getting them makeuped up, getting their clothes on, making them look right. Maybe they got a cough, you know. So what's the easy play? It just AI it. Yeah. Yeah. So it's going to be impossible to tell reality very, very soon. Anything you see. Judge ACI judges for a while now. Have they really? That is crazy. How do they build in mercy into that? Or is it just black and white freaking letter of the law? Did you see the Trump Army girl, Jessica Foster? No. HCWB. Nice little pop there. And what is it? He's taking questions again.
Little unfair. You know, you win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard, and today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the strait, and I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? You know, these are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have, but that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do with time. There are other things.
Is that real? Good banana?
I think.
Or are you just dicking with me?
I think we're going to have the situation straighten out pretty quickly, and I think we're going to have some good help, and I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war.
Yeah,
he also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, yes. And Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And, there's a theory. You've pounded them to hell, and you could just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back not nearly what they have right now. And I guess that's another theory. But we want to have it ended so that another president doesn't have. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it, and yet every president knew.
WNW is still halted.
Who I like, actually.
Thanks.
A past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Yeah. Which president? I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that, they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough as nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine. They don't have guns, and the other ones have guns, highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s and other kinds of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down bleeding profusely. And 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction. Because they can be brave, but they're not stupid.
The big pop on
And they have no
LWLG.
gun. And you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling
Sagan
from
Shaver.
her head. And
Are they? I
it
have
doesn't
no
take
idea.
long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses.
I buy my
nobody
eggs from
else
my
has been
neighbor.
able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago. If you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Yeah.
Have your advisors told you anything in terms of how
Yes.
long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right
I
now?
don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is. The Prime Minister of UK, United Kingdom, yesterday told me I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly.
Trump
So is
saying when
inflation,
this is
so is
over,
everything
oil
else.
prices will
But
drop very, very
frankly,
rapidly.
much more
And that's
important,
moving oil right now.
short-term, even long-term oil prices. You can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon, because the Middle East will be gone. Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did. And
WNW halting up now.
Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support
This is right
potential
at the
Israeli invasion
618.
of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did. And I know those.
Bounced off of the
Hezbollah is a problem.
766.
It's been a problem for a long time. not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's a section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
That's it. Okay. Then we got 45 minutes until Nvidia. Mike Tyson kissing. How many trades do you take in a day on average? Depends on the day. Today we've got to be up to friggin', I don't know. So that's like 160 right there. I mean, that's, you know.
Press release from New York Attorney General Letitia James said
That's
one main financial
buys and sells.
OMF being sued by the New York Attorney General. That's
Scaling in, scaling out, whatever. So 160 times I hit the buy and or sell button.
Says predatory
Tickets,
lender,
yeah.
one main for scheme to trap consumers in debt. That's Oscar Michael Foxtrot. OMF shares selling off here.
What ticker did? OMF. OMF is being sued by New York.
Members watching OMF, volume downtick. Attorney General James leads bipartisan coalition suing predatory lender One Main for scheme to trap consumers in debt. Watching OMF, seeing a volume downtick on the name.
Scheme to trap consumers in debt. Okay. What's this WNW showing? Flat. Yeah. PLAG former runner hitting the scanners. What are you doing here, bud? Interesting over 3 and then 320-ish. Used to love playing Plague back in the day. Night Cypher with the raid of 8. Let's go, bud. Thank you for the raid, my man. Not sure if you're a trader or not. Hope you are, and I hope you killed it. Coming through with the night crew. When DWAC went crazy. Was that during COVID? DWAC? I can't even remember what this thing was. I guess that was COVID? Is it delisted now? I can't even remember what that did. There's a SPAC. The moves on this thing, jeez. Trump related? I think it was. I think it was related to Trump in some way. Let's go halt up again. You see, if I get in right now, I'm gonna dick the whole thing. False halt. This thing is wild, man. CYN offering. Like, what are we doing here? Jeez. 6K tickers there are. I don't even know what you're talking about, jeez. You can do a poll anytime you want. You're a mod. /POLL. Enter. V-Wave with a headline here. Somebody in the ETF meta have that? Wow. Jimmy sitting on that 200 day. SCM movement. Yeah, it's gonna move. It's a short of oil, and oil's just kind of trickling down here, not like big moves. Need a tab in Discord for all the collectors out there. Share well, we have one. It's called Hobbies. Literally have one in Discord right here. Man, look at this freaking ledge. It's like double support now that it's created for itself on the Qs. Just don't foresee this breaking unless something escalates in Iran somehow. If Iran pushes the I don't know, when powers at B know that they're going to collapse, they just start trashing everything, refineries and blah blah blah. Then yeah, okay, but that doesn't happen. Just don't see how that's going to break. WNW. Yes, it is. Jeez. Although I can't look at the VIX because, you know, my platform doesn't have futures. HCWB coming up in a big way. Nice defense of the VWAP. This is 108.
CYN shares selling off here, resuming after announcing an offering at $1.93 per share. Right now at $2.34, up, turning negative now. That's Charlie Yankee November.
TLYS hit my scanner.
OMF shares continuing to fall here now on that Attorney General suit against the company, down about 4.25%.
Excuse me. Orbs is looking funky here. Look at this squeeze going on orbs. I don't know what sets it off. Maybe 120. Check trades 3 seconds before. Would you? Hmm? It's a nice gap here. I don't know if that'll. No, it's probably not really a gap. Futures and everything. Why don't you try mini futures? Your account size allows that, or is trades are restricted? There's Trade Zero doesn't have futures. That's why. That's why I can't even pull it up. There's a lot of shares.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Like 25,000. Hmm. WNW. It's like these halt downs are like buyout opportunities, huh? Is that what they're trying to train us to do? Oh, come on. 3-cent drop. Get the hell out of here. ETH with a big move. What was that? It's nothing. LME trading resumes. Metals are back. Okay. Watch this WNC here. If it breaks here, doesn't do anything. Watch for a curl. How many open separate chart windows do you have at once? Do you feel like it starts lagging once you have too many? No, I don't have any lag issues. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 charts open at any given time. If you have lag issues, it could be your internet or it could be just your computer. It doesn't take much to run this stuff, but if you have an old computer, it could wear, be a little hard on it. So I've got these are 8, and I have the one here, well, into this, and then I have 3 on my top monitor. What's your internet speed, Pija, and your ping? broke? No, did not. So far, this is a nothing burger. When do we have to show our doorknob scarf or discredit? No, that was the headline was taken out of context, really. As if your
OMF
room
Main
was
Financial off the lows now 40,
labeled,
971,
you know,
down about
for
4.75%
adults or
on that
whatever. You'd have to
lawsuit by a
provide
group of attorney generals led
proof
by
of
New
whatever.
York Attorney General Letitia James. That's
Ours isn't.
asking
We
Michael
don't
Fudge
carry a,
to-
18 plus rating, so it's not going to affect ours unless they change that. That's how I read it. When it comes to the world of 20 megabytes, it's rough. But if your CPU is overheating, that's going to be part of your issue. 20 should be enough as long as you don't have a lot going on. I'd check your thermals. Could have a degraded, if you have Intel, your CPU could be degrading. They had that Intel issue on 12th, 13th, 14th gen CPUs. You have a ping of 8? Jeez, Coach Red. I play a lot of Apex Legends recently, and my ping is like 50, 60, right? I remember the days of playing ping of like 80, 90. And I'm just like, at 50, 60, I feel like I have a disadvantage. There's the random game I'll get, and my ping is 30, and it's a different gaming experience. You feel like you're one step ahead of everybody. You're unkillable. You guarantee the win almost. Just those 20 millisecond difference, it is noticeable. Is this thing gonna go? Oh, here we go. Hello, 120,000 shares. Tron with the pop too. What ticker did I say that had that squeeze? I don't remember which one that was. Favorite test speed.cloudflare.com. That's Google servers, right? Plague? WNW? I think so. I don't see it. I must have switched tickers. Huh. No idea. UMAC. Bouncing off the 90 May on the daily there, huh?
ORBS, the March $1 calls trading on us.
So call sweep on ORBS as we're talking about it. And then it dumps as I look away for a freaking second. 17. Wow, look at that. Five-minute cuck now, of course. OMF is still down? Damn. Tron is still chooching. Howard Netlick. Keep an eye on H. Where is it? HCWB. It's doing a 5-minute cuck right now. That could absolutely pop up over $1. Dang. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize that was on. Russian tanker floating. And a drift Russian tanker. Trying. Ah. It's no bueno. HC. Damn it. Went.
Partial execution.
Getting out of
Partial
that.
execution.
It's a bust. There it is. There's your pop. Oh, don't pull back. Come on. Stay up there. Come on.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Nice little win. I had to piss. Be right back. Got Nvidia here in 5 minutes. Anyone have a link for that yet? Oh, I see it. Thank you. Might go here. See. This would be a cut go 5 minute if it wants it. Let me get that Nvidia. We'll stream it. They don't get freaking kicked off somewhere. All right, I'll have that one up too, cheese. Should probably cancel this. It's about to go live. Stupid music. If I have to listen to it, you're listening to it.
up feeling something shift. Same room, but the air felt thick. Mirror said I'm still that kid. Art said you're bigger than this. Time my laces, hands still shook. First step was the
Not there yet.
hardest one. Every lap, every sideways look, all fade when the race is run. I carried every doubt lightweight. Now I'm lighter than the flame. You can write it on the page. Everything changed.
432 would be a level here. This 5 minute is like screaming a bounce. Could just roll over. It is a Chinese shitter. But if that did go, I would expect a pretty big pop.
Hands up when I cross that line. Flash bulbs in my open eyes. But the loudest thing I heard was my own voice saying rise. All the times I came up short, played them back like old home tapes. Now they're just the proof I've grown. Steps I took to reach this day. I carried every doubt lightweight. Now I'm lighter than the flame. You can write it on the page. Everything changed. A legend was made today. From every little scar, every heartbreak. Took all of the nights I almost walked away. And I turned them into gold into my name. Remember this space, this place. When the crowd stands up and they all say, a legend was made today. A legend was made today. This is for the kid who writes, for the one who's tired of trying. If you're standing on that
Send it. Damn.
a legend was made today. A legend was made today. From every little scar, every heartbreak.
Nope.
Remember this space, this place. When the crowd stands up and they all say, a legend was made today. A legend was made today.
Cuba's national electric grid collapses, says Cuba's National Electric Union.
Cuba's what? Short Cuba. Got no fuel. Did he say something about their power grid collapses? Old news. ACWB trying. Power for 8 days. Jeez. Munster out there saying this is going to be a non-event for the stock of Nvidia. Huh. Or 15. As Munster grabs calls. Yeah. All right, pop or drop here. This is super tight, man. It's the first cock in a... No, it didn't even cock it. It didn't even cock it. Look how tight these Bollinger Bands are. You're going to have a pretty violent move here, up or down. WNW now has the squeeze glowing on the squeeze indicator.
Partial execution. Partial execution. Partial execution.
Expected more, honestly.
Partial execution.
Could be a Bollinger Band to dump. A lot of times the first Bollinger Band that gets hit when the BBs get that tight acts like a rubber band and shoots it the other way. We'll see. How is this keynote late? What the hell? Yeah, well, I'm still red, Teddy. I've had like 2 bad trades that have just completely screwed my day. Closed positions here.
OMF one main holdings.
I'm still red on this thing.
Close at
Jeez.
47.18. Still down about 9.3% now. Hit a low of 45.78
It's like
earlier.
3 trade,
on that,
3
Attorney General
tickers.
lawsuit.
That was 1 trade. This was 1 trade. Oh, this is $1,000 loser by itself. $1,000 loser or 500 loser, 200 loser. Have I made anything? Oh, 700, 800. So I've done well on it. I wish it would show trade aggregator. No. No, whatever. It just shows the overall trade. That 1 trade was $1,000 loser. $900, 700, 5, 4. These are like normal. And then a lot of base hits. But jeez, just get rid of those and my day's great. I paused the video. No, I didn't. They're not live yet. Whoa. I wasn't all the way forward though. Huh.
Hey, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're just getting started, bit. From the backseat to the front porch to a crowded church and a wide dress. Every year, a sweet silhouette in that dress. Maybe this is just the first step. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing
It's a failed cock. Watch for the move down now. Nvidia pushing.
Reuters wire, U.S. SEC Commission Enforcement Director to leave agency after a month on the job. At Reuters.
Nice work, Igloo. Way to be nice and green, bud. Is this a cuck? Is watch the 410 level now. I won't short it. I haven't even tried to locate. I've never located shares in my life. I don't even know what that looks like. It's just a fee. That's what mine used to be too. Just tells you what the fee is. Bada bing, bada boom. I don't know how locate works. If you locate the shares and you pay the fee, do you have those shares the whole day? Do they automatically get sent back to wherever they came from at the end of the day? Or do you have to do something to get your credit back or not credit back? Whatever. I don't know. I don't know the process of how all that shit works. New lows. Oh well. Good ticker to learn, huh? Yeah. I think so. First ticker I'll do it on is one that has a penny range for about 4 years. ETH, the juice.
Israel media says estimates Iran seeking to reach a deal quickly.
Why is this taking forever? So that's a good example right there of price compression.
Coming from Channel 13 says Israel estimates Iran seeking to reach a deal.
The first move was into the Bollinger Band. Didn't have the volume to break out of it. And a lot of times what happens is the first one to touch leads to the other side breaking down or breaking out. Inverse cheese. It didn't really break any level here though. Cheeserita. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Scan here for live captions. Damn it. All right, here we go. Get your Nvidia ready. And whatever company they mention.
CIFR, the March $15 calls trading. Charlie India Foxtrot Romeo.
Chuck, I have to turn it off here.
Programmer notes, Nvidia
This
event has
is
begun.
how intelligence is made. A new kind of factory. Generator of tokens. the building blocks of AI.
That shows a video seeing the bump in activity now after GTC event has
Tokens
begun.
have
Shows that
opened
high.
a new frontier, turning data into knowledge and drawing on all we have learned. Tokens are harnessing a new wave of clean energy. And unlocking the secrets of the stars
Oh, there it goes.
in virtual worlds.
So we're about 5 seconds ahead of price
And
action in the
the
market.
physical world, perfect.
Wow.
Forging
That shares over
new
185.50 for Nvidia. New
So whenever they say something, expect at least a 5-second delay
and clearing the way
in any kind of stock move.
harvest.
Because I assume that volume came in as soon as
In the moments
the
that
picture
matter,
went live.
Tokens are already there.
Guess the freaking algos aren't smart enough to fast forward
They
the
never
video. Ha! Ha!
stop. They work where human hands cannot.
What jacket?
So we may
It better
all
not be
breathe
that stupid alligator
easier.
skin one that he's got. I can't stand that one. I can't stand any of his. He doesn't look like a leather jacket guy.
Beat stronger.
We just saw medical. Anybody know any medical robot plays? I don't know any offhand.
Tokens are helping us break new ground.
Shit, this is loud. MDT? Is that Medtronics or something like that?
To empower the world.
Yeah. That Da Vinci?
So we can reach
Star Cloud 1, separation confirmed.
well beyond it.
Star Cloud?
Together, we take the next great leap into a bright new future. Built for all mankind. And here is where it all begins.
Welcome to the stage, Nvidia founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
A little connection issue there for a second.
Welcome to GTC!
Members, the Nvidia event has now begun. Jensen
I just
Huang
want to
is
remind you
on
this is a
stage.
tech conference. All these people lining up so early in the morning, all of you in here, it's great to see you.
BYND.
GTC, we're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about platforms.
Close to
NVIDIA has
breaking the
3
levels here.
platforms. You think that we mostly talk about one of them. It's related to CUDA-X. Our systems is another platform. And now we have a new platform called AI Factories. We're going to talk about all of them. And most importantly, we're going to talk about ecosystems. But before I start, let me thank our pre-game show hosts. I thought they did a great job. Sarah Go of Conviction, Alfred Lim, Sequoia Capital, NVIDIA's first venture capitalist, Gavin Baker, NVIDIA's first major institutional investor. These 3 people are deep in technology, deep in what's
Intel.
going on, and of course,
If I see NVIDIA's CPU, it's long NVIDIA and short Intel.
VIPs that I hand
That's the
selected
play.
to join us today, all-star team. I want to thank all of you for that.
But that would be
I
a
also want to
wild
thank all the
announcement.
companies that are here.
Wild time to announce that.
NVIDIA, as you know, is a platform company. We have technology, we have our platforms, we have rich ecosystem. And today, there are probably 100% of the $100 trillion of industry here. 450 companies sponsored this event. I want to thank you. 1,000 technical sessions, 2,000 speakers. This conference is going to cover every single layer of the 5-layer cake of artificial intelligence, from land, power, and shell, the infrastructure, to chips, to the platforms, the models, and of course, the most important and ultimately what's going to get this industry taken off is all of the applications. What it all began here. This is the 20th anniversary of CUDA. We've been working on CUDA for 20 years. For 20 years, we've been dedicated to this architecture, this revolutionary invention, SIMT, single instruction, multi-threaded, writing scalar code could spawn off into multi-threaded application, much, much easier to program than SIMD. We recently added tiles so that we could help people program tensor cores and the structures of mathematics that are so foundational to artificial intelligence today. Thousands of tools and compilers and frameworks and libraries. In open source, there's a couple of 100,000 public projects. CUDA literally is integrated into every single ecosystem. This chart basically describes 100% of Nvidia's strategies. You've been watching me talk about this slide from the very beginning. And ultimately, the single hardest thing to achieve is the thing on the bottom, installed base. It has taken us 20 years to now have built up hundreds of millions of GPUs and computing systems around the world that run CUDA. We are in every cloud. We're in every computer company. We serve just about every single industry. The installed base of CUDA is the reason why the flywheel is accelerating. The installed base is what attracts developers, who then creates new algorithms that achieves a breakthrough. For example, deep learning. There are so many others. Those breakthroughs leads to entirely new markets, which builds new ecosystems around them with other companies that join, which creates a larger installed base. This flywheel is now accelerating. The number of downloads of NVIDIA libraries is incredibly accelerating. It's at a very large scale and growing faster than ever. This flywheel is what makes this computing platform able to sustain so much applications, so many new breakthroughs, but most importantly,
can I get a 1 minute?
It also enables these infrastructures to have extraordinarily useful life. And the reason for that is very obvious. There's so many applications that you can run on NVIDIA CUDA. We support every single phase of the AI lifecycle. We address every single data processing platform. We accelerate scientific principled solvers of all different kinds. And so the application reach is so great that once you install NVIDIA GPUs, the useful life of it is incredibly high. It is also one of the reasons why Ampere, that we shipped them some 6 years ago, the pricing of Ampere in the cloud is going up. And so all of that is made possible fundamentally because the install base is high, the flywheel is high, the developer reach is great. And when all of that happens, and we continuously update our software, the computing cost declines. The combination of accelerated computing, speeding up applications tremendously. Meanwhile, as we continue to nurture and continue to update software over its life, not only do you get the first time pop, you get the continuous cost reduction of accelerated computing over time. And we're willing to nurture, willing to support every single one of these GPUs in the world because they're all architecturally compatible. We're willing to do so because the install base is so large, if we release a new optimization, it benefits millions. This applies to everybody in the world.
BYND getting close to that 80 level.
This combination of dynamics is what makes the NVIDIA architecture
$1.50.
expand its reach accelerating its growth, at the same time driving down computing cost, which ultimately encourages new growth. So CUDA is at the center of it. But our journey to CUDA actually started 25 years ago. GeForce
yeah.
I know how many of you grew up with GeForce. GeForce is NVIDIA's greatest marketing campaign. We attract future customers starting long before you could afford to pay for it yourself. Your parents paid. Your parents paid. Your parents paid for you to be NVIDIA customers. And every single year, they paid up year after year after year until someday you became an amazing computer scientist and became a proper customer, a proper developer. But this is the house that GeForce made. 25 years ago, we started our journey, which led to CUDA. 25 years ago, we invented the programmable shader, a perfectly unobvious invention to make an accelerator programmable, the world's first programmable accelerator, the pixel shader. 25 years ago, that led us to explore further and further. 20 years later, 5 years later, the invention of CUDA. One of the biggest investments that we made.
He's talking a lot about CUDA. I wonder if
time,
this is going to be an announcement of the next
vast majority
invention.
of our company's profits was to take CUDA on the backs of GeForce to every single computer. We dedicated ourselves to create this platform because we felt so strongly about its potential. But ultimately, the company's dedication to it, despite the hardships in the beginning, believing in every single day, for 13 generations of 20 years, we now have CUDA installed everywhere. The pixel shader led to, of course, the revolution of GeForce. And then 10 years ago, we introduced, about 10 years ago, 8 years ago, we introduced RTX, a complete redesign of our architecture for the modern era of computer graphics. GeForce brought
Well,
CUDA
you're going to have to
world.
have something new. Now he's talking CUDA, now he's going RTX. 20 years ago, 10 years ago, what's the new thing?
And Jeff Hinton, Andrew Ng, and so many others to discover that the GPU could be their friend in accelerating deep learning. It started the big bang of AI. 10 years ago, we decided that we would fuse programmable shading and introduce two new ideas: ray tracing, hardware ray tracing, which is incredibly hard to do, and a new idea at the time. Imagine, about 10 years ago, we thought that AI would revolutionize computer graphics. Just as GeForce brought AI to the world, AI is now going to go back and revolutionize how computer graphics is done all together. Well, today I'm going to show you something of the future. This is our next generation of graphics technology. We call it neural rendering, the fusion of 3D graphics and artificial intelligence. This is DLSS 5. Take a look at it.
DLSS is nothing new. This is the 5th version, which I hear 4 is amazing. I don't really ever use it. Basically what it is that it uses, instead of generating real frames of an actual thing, it uses a computer chip to guesstimate what the frame should be. Artificially create it before you use it. Saves on rendering time. Fake frames, yeah, good way to put it, yeah. Say you have like an image, stop motion, and you have an image like this and the next image is like this. You can put a fake frame in between like that. So it gives you the idea that you have 3 frames, where in actuality you only had 2. Think of it like that way.
Is that incredible? Computer graphics comes to life. Now, what did we do? We fused Controllable 3D graphics, the ground truth of virtual worlds, the structured data. Remember this word, the structured data of virtual worlds, of generated worlds. We combine 3D graphics,
Intel getting
structured
wrecked
data
for some reason.
with generative AI,
Hasn't said anything.
probabilistic computing.
Wonderful.
One of them is completely predictive, the other one probabilistic, yet highly realistic. We combine these two ideas.
Saying anything special.
Combine these two
It's
ideas,
all been
controlled through structured data, controlled perfectly, and yet generating at the same time. And as a result, the content is beautiful, amazing, as well as controllable. This concept of fusing structured information and generative AI will repeat itself in one industry after another industry after another industry. Structured data is the foundation of trustworthy AI. Well, this is going to scare you a little bit. I'm going to flip the slide.
Do I dye my
Don't
hair?
gasp.
No.
So we're going to go through this schematic for the rest of the time.
I barely wash it. You think I'm gonna
This
dye
is
it?
my best slide. Every time I ask the team, what's my best slide? Repeatedly, this was it. They say, don't do it, Jensen. Don't do it. I said, no. These seats are free for some of you. So this is your price of admission. So this is structured data. You've heard of it. SQL, Spark, Pandas, Velox, some of these really, really important, very large platforms. Snowflake, Databricks, EMR, Amazon EMR,
Snowflake getting
Azure,
the pop.
Fabric, Google Cloud, BigQuery. All of these platforms are processing data frames. These data frames are giant spreadsheets, and they hold all of life's information. This is the structured data, the ground truth of business. This is the ground truth of enterprise computing. Well, now we're going to have AI use structured data, and we better accelerate the living daylights out of it. It used to be okay, and we would, of course, we would accelerate structured data so that we could do more, we could do it more cheaply, we could do it more frequently per day, and keep the company running at a much more synchronized way. However, in the future, what's going to happen is these data structures are going to be used by AI.
I muted
AI
Chuck. I don't know
much,
what
much
he's
faster
on.
than us. Future agents are going to use structured databases as well. And then, of course, the unstructured database, the generative database. This database represents the vast majority of the world. Vector databases, unstructured data, PDFs, videos, speeches, all of the world's information, about 90% of what's generated every single year is unstructured data. Until now, this data has been completely useless to the world. We read it, we put it into our file system, and that's it. Unfortunately, we can't query it. We can't search for it. It's hard to do that. And the reason for that is because there's no easy index of unstructured data. You have to understand its meaning, its purpose. And so now we have AI do that. Just as AI was able to solve multi-modality perception and understanding, you can use that same technology, multi-modality perception and understanding, to go read a PDF, to understand its meaning. And from that meaning, embed it into a larger structure that we can search into, we can query into. Nvidia created two foundational libraries, just like we created RTX for 3D graphics. We created cuDF for data frames, structured data. We created cuVS for vector stores, semantic data, unstructured data, AI data. These two platforms are going to be two of the most important platforms in the future. Super excited to see its adoption throughout the network, this complicated network of the world's data processing systems. And the reason for that is because data processing has been around a long time. And therefore, so many different companies and platforms and services, it has taken us a long time to integrate deeply into this ecosystem. I'm super proud of the work that we're doing here. And then today, we're announcing several of them. IBM, the inventor of
We're behind, man.
one of the most important domain-specific languages of all time.
I'm behind.
Is accelerating Watson X data with cuDF. Let's take a look at it.
60 years ago, IBM introduced the System 360.
Let's take a look at it.
The first modern platform for general-purpose computing, launching the computing era. Then SQL, a declarative language to query data.
You can see the secondary pop when everybody else is getting this. See, the buffer's too much. I caught up. It shouldn't buffer me that bad.
Data warehouse, each the foundations of modern enterprise computing. Today, IBM and Nvidia are reinventing data processing for the era of AI by accelerating IBM Watson X Data SQL engines with Nvidia GPU computing libraries. Data is the ground truth that gives AI context and meaning. AI needs rapid access to massive data sets.
I think I got it.
Today's CPU data processing systems can't keep up. Nestle makes thousands of supply chain decisions every day.
HSY.
Their order-to-cash data mart aggregates every supply, order, and delivery event across global operations in 185 countries. On CPUs, Nestle refreshed the data mart a few times a day. With accelerated Watson X data running on Nvidia GPUs, Nestle can run the same workload 5 times faster at 83% lower cost. The next computing platform has arrived, accelerated computing for the era of AI.
IBM still up from that headline.
NVIDIA accelerates data processing in the cloud. We also accelerate data processing on-prem. As you know, Dell is the world-leading computer systems maker, and they also are one of the world's leading storage providers. And they worked with us to create the Dell AI data platform that integrates cuDF
Still
and
slow.
QPS
Dell
to create an accelerated data platform,
expanded partnership.
well, for the era of AI. And this is an example of what they did with NTT Data, huge speed up. This is cloud, Google Cloud, and Google Cloud, as you know, we've been working with Google Cloud for a very long time. We accelerate Google's Vertex AI. We now accelerate BigQuery, really important framework and really important platform. And this is an example of our work together with Snapchat, where we reduced their cost of computing by nearly 80%. When you accelerate data processing, when you accelerate computing, you get the benefit of speed, you get the benefit of scale, but most importantly, you also get the benefit of cost. And so all of those come together as one. It was originally called Moore's Law. Moore's Law was about getting performance doubling every couple of years. It's another way of saying, so long as the price remains about the same, and most computers remained about the same, you're also getting twice the performance every year, or you're reducing the cost of computing every single year. Well, Moore's Law has run out of steam. We need a new approach. Accelerated computing allows us to take these giant leaps forward. And as you will see later, because we continue to optimize the algorithms, and NVIDIA is an algorithm company, as we continue to optimize the algorithms, and because our reach is so large and our install base is so large, we can reduce the computing cost, increasing the scale, increasing the speed for everybody continuously. This is Google Cloud. You could see this pattern I just mentioned.
I do see that
I just
Snapchat.
wanted to show you 3 versions of it.
Good call on that.
NVIDIA built the accelerated computing platform. Has a bunch of libraries on top. I gave you 3 examples. RTX is one of them. cuDF is another.
What was
QPS,
why was
I'll show
Snapchat
you a
up
few
there?
more.
I didn't even notice that. Good call.
On top of our platform. But ultimately, we integrate into the world's cloud services, into the world's OEMs, and together, and other platforms that I'll show you, together we're able to reach the world. This pattern, NVIDIA, Google Cloud, Snapchat, will repeat
Snapchat
over
again.
and over again, and it kind of looks like this. And so this is one example, NVIDIA with Google Cloud. We accelerate Vertex AI. We accelerate BigQuery.
Not going anywhere.
I'm super proud of the work that we've done with JAX and XLA. We're incredible on PyTorch. We're the only accelerator in the world that's incredible on PyTorch and incredible on JAX and XLA. And the customers that we support, the Base 10s, the CrowdStrikes, Puma, Salesforce. They're not our customers, but they're customers, developers of ours that we've integrated the Nvidia technologies into that we can then land on the clouds. Our relationship with cloud service providers are essentially us bringing customers to them. We integrate our libraries, we accelerate workloads, and we land those customers in the clouds. And so, as you could see, most of our cloud service providers love working with us, and they're always asking us to land the next customer on their cloud. And I just want to let you know, there are a lot of customers. We're going to accelerate everybody. And so there'll be lots and lots of customers we'll be able to land in your cloud. Just be patient with us. And so this is Google Cloud. This is AWS. We've been working with AWS a long time. And one of the areas, one of the things I'm super excited about this year is we're going to bring OpenAI to AWS. And so it's going to drive enormous consumption of cloud computing at AWS. It's going to expand the reach and expand the compute of OpenAI. And as you know, they are completely compute constrained. And so AWS, we accelerate EMR, we accelerate SageMaker, we accelerate Bedrock. NVIDIA's integrated really deeply into AWS. They were our first cloud partner. Microsoft Azure. NVIDIA's A100 supercomputer was the first one we built was for NVIDIA. The first one we installed was at Azure. And that led to the big successful partnership with OpenAI. But we've been working with Azure for quite a long time. We accelerate Azure Cloud. Now it's their AI Foundry we partner deeply with. We accelerate Bing Search. We work with them on Azure regions. This is one of the areas that is incredibly important as we continue to expand AI throughout the world. One of the capabilities that we offer is confidential computing. That in confidential computing, you want to make sure that even the operator cannot see your data. Even the operator cannot touch or see your models. Confidential computing, NVIDIA's GPUs is the first ones in the world to do that. It's now able to support confidential computing and protected deployment of these very valuable OpenAI models and Anthropic models throughout clouds and different regions, and all because of our confidential computing. Confidential computing is super important. And here's an example where we have different customers that we work with. Synopsys, a great partner of ours, we're accelerating all of their EDA and CAE workflows. And then we landed at Microsoft Azure. We were Oracle's first AI customer. Most people would have thought we were their first supplier. We were their first supplier also, but we were their first AI customer. I'm quite proud of the fact that I explained AI clouds to Oracle for the first time, and we were their first customer. Since then, they've really taken off. We've landed a whole bunch of our partners there, Cohere and Fireworks, and of course, very famously, OpenAI. A great partnership with CoreWeave. They're the world's first AI native cloud, a company that was built with only one singular purpose: to provision, to host GPUs as the era of accelerated computing showed up, and to host for AI clouds. They've got some fantastic customers, and they're growing incredibly. One of the platforms that I'm quite excited about is Palantir and Dell. The three of our companies have made it possible to stand up a brand new type of AI platform, the Palantir Ontology platform, an AI platform. And we could stand up these platforms in any country, in any air-gapped region, completely on-prem, completely on-site, completely in the field. AI could be deployed literally everywhere. Without our confidential computing capability, without our ability to build the end-to-end system, as well as offer the entire accelerated computing and AI stack, from data processing, whether it's vectors or structures, all the way to AI, I wanted to show you these examples. This is our special working relationship with
announcing an offering price at the market.
And all of them are here. And I get the benefit of seeing them during booth tour, and it's just so incredibly exciting. I just want to thank all of you for the hard work. What NVIDIA has done is this. And you're going to see this theme over and over again. Nvidia is vertically integrated.
Did Dell mention? They've already mentioned it. It's the first mention that gets that pop.
But
None of these will hold
horizontally
unless
company.
it's like a company that we didn't know
And
about.
the reason that's necessary is very simple.
It's nothing new yet.
Accelerated computing is not a chip problem. Accelerated computing is not a systems problem. Accelerated computing has a missing word. We just never say it anymore. Application acceleration. If I could make a computer run everything faster, that's called a CPU. But that's run out of steam. The only way for us to accelerate applications going forward and continue to bring tremendous speed up, tremendous cost reduction is through application or domain-specific acceleration. I dropped that phrase in the front, and therefore it just became accelerated computing. And that is the reason why NVIDIA has to be library after library, domain after domain, vertical after vertical. We are a vertically integrated computing company. There is no other way. We have to understand the applications, we have to understand the domain, we have to understand fundamentally the algorithms, and we have to figure out how to deploy the algorithm in whatever scenario it wants to be deployed, whether it's a data center, cloud, on-prem, at the edge, or in a robotic system. All of those computing systems are different. And finally, the systems and chips. We are vertically integrated. What makes it incredibly powerful, and the reason why you saw all the slides, is because NVIDIA is horizontally open. We'll work and integrate NVIDIA's technology into whatever platform you would like us to integrate into. We offer you the software, we offer you libraries, we integrate with your technology.
Anything
so
to get
that
our
we can
hooks
bring
into your
accelerated
company.
Computing to everybody in the world. Well, this GTC is really a great demonstration of that. You know, most of the time you'll see me talk about these verticals, and I'll use some examples. But in every single case, whether it's automotive, by the way, financial services, the largest percentage of attendees at this GTC is from the financial services industry. I know. I'm hoping it's developers, not traders. Guys.
No, don't want that trade.
Here's one thing I wanted to say. And so, in the audience represents NVIDIA's ecosystem upstream of our supply chain and downstream of our supply chain. And we think about our supply chain upstream and downstream. And it's just so exciting that our entire upstream supply chain this last year, irrespective of whether you're a 50-year-old company, we have 70-year-old companies, we have a 150-year-old company who are now part of NVIDIA's supply chain and partnering with us, either upstream or downstream. And last year,
Ford,
you had your record year. Did you not?
Who?
Congratulations.
Who?
We're on to something here. This is the beginning of something very, very big. And so, if you look at accelerated computing, we've now set the computing platform, but in order for us to activate those computing platforms, we need to have domain-specific libraries that solve very important problems in each one of the verticals that we address. You see us addressing every single one of this. Autonomous vehicles, our reach, our breadth, our impact, incredible. We have a track on that. Financial services, I just mentioned. Algorithmic trading is going from classical machine learning with human featured engineering called the quants did that, to now supercomputers studying massive amounts of data, discovering insight and discovering patterns by itself. And so this is going through its deep learning and its transformer moment. Healthcare is going through their ChatGPT moment. Some really exciting work that we're there. We have a great keynote track here. We have a great keynote track. Kimberly Powell's doing a great keynote track for healthcare. We're talking about AI physics or AI biology for drug discovery, AI agents for customer service and support of diagnosis, and of course, physical AI, robotic systems. all these different vectors of AI have different platforms that NVIDIA provides. Industrial, we
More
are
sellers.
completely resetting and starting the largest build out of human history. And most of the world's industries, building AI factories, building chip plants, building computer plants, are represented here today. Media and entertainment, gaming, of course, real-time AI platform so that we could translation and broadcast support and live games and live video.
Partial execution.
Enormous amount of it will be augmented with AI. We have a platform called Holoscan. Quantum, there are 35 different companies here building with us the next generation of quantum GPU hybrid systems. Retail and CPG.
Say quantum.
Using NVIDIA for supply chain, creating agentic shopping systems, AI agents for customer support. A lot of work being done here. $35 trillion industry.
Partial
Robotics,
execution.
$50 trillion industry in manufacturing. NVIDIA's been working in this area for a decade now, building 3 computers, the fundamental computers necessary to build robotic systems. We are integrated with, working with literally every single
Partial
company that we know of building robots. We have 110
Partial
robots
execution.
here at the show. And then telecommunications. About as large
Good little
as
trade.
the world's IT industry, about $2 trillion. We see, of course, base stations everywhere. It's one of the world's infrastructures. It was the infrastructure of the last generation of computing. That infrastructure is going to get completely reinvented. And the reason for that is very simple. That base station, it does one thing, which is base station. It's going to be an AI infrastructure platform in the future. AI will run at the edge. And so lots of great discussion there. And our platform there is called Aerial or AI RAN. Big partnership with Nokia, big partnership with T-Mobile and many others.
Gosh, we're
At the
slow.
core of our business,
Where's the sign language one? Anybody got the sign language one?
computing platforms, but very importantly, our CUDA-X libraries. Our CUDA-X libraries is the algorithms that NVIDIA invents. We are an algorithm company. That's what makes us special. That's what
There's
makes
some
us
broadcast somewhere
unique.
that's
We would
faster than
go
us.
into every single one of these industries, imagine the future, and have the world's best computer scientists describe and solve problems, refactor it, re-express it, and turn it into a library. We have so many. I think we have, at this show, we're announcing 100 libraries, 70 libraries, maybe 40 models. And that's just at the show. We're updating these all the time. We're updating them all the time. The libraries is the crown jewels of our company. It is what makes it possible for that platform, the computing platform, to be activated in service of solving a problem.
No doubt,
making
Luke.
Impact. One of the most important libraries that we ever created, cuDNN, CUDA Deep Neural Networks. It completely revolutionized artificial intelligence, caused the big bang of modern AI. Let me show you a short video about CUDA-X.
20 years ago, we built CUDA, a single architecture for accelerated computing. Today, we've reinvented computing. 1,000 CUDA-X libraries help developers make breakthroughs in every field of
It's not a
science and
resolution
engineering.
thing.
cuOpt for decision optimization.
Like, we're not buffering at all.
cuLitho for computational
There's usually
lithography.
one stream that's the fastest, and it's a lot of times the sign language one. You got it?
cuEquivariance for geometry-aware neural networks. Aerial for AI RAN. Warp for differentiable physics. Warp for differentiable physics. Parabricks for
That's
genomics.
slower. That's just linked to the YouTube
At
one.
their foundation,
There's got to be
are
a sign
algorithms,
language one.
and they are beautiful.
It's wild right there. Yeah, they had a QR code for quick. Yeah, and I was about to take a picture of it, and then they got rid of it. Oh, this is just the YouTube link. The website one I had as well was slower than the YouTube one. Go figure. I mean, literally, boys, there could be someone in the freaking audience with a laptop streaming it live to some Discord bot, buying and selling the entire market. Aladdin's a tied in. Who knows? Microsoft still chooching? 5 minutes on Microsoft. What's Intel doing? Sega. BBRG? I don't have access to frickin' Bloomberg.
Everything you saw was a simulation. Some of it was principle solvers, fundamental physics solvers. Some of it was AI surrogates, AI physical models. And some of it was physical AI robotics models. Everything was simulated. Nothing was animated. Nothing was articulated. Everything was completely simulated. That is what fundamentally Nvidia does. It is through the connection of understanding of the algorithms with our computing platforms that we're able to open up to unlock these opportunities. Nvidia is a vertically integrated computing company with open horizontal integration with the world. So that's CUDA-X. Well, just now you saw a whole bunch of companies. You saw Walmart and, there's L'Oreal and incredible companies, established companies, JP Morgan and Roche. And these are companies that have defined society to today. Toyota is here. These are some of the largest companies in the world. It is also true that there's a whole bunch of companies you've never heard of.
Come on.
These are companies, we call them AI natives.
Jeez.
A whole bunch of small companies. The list is gigantic. I couldn't
name
it's
some.
Just a little tiny bit of it, and I couldn't decide whether to show you more or show you less, and so I made it so that you couldn't see any.
You bastard.
And nobody's feelings are hurt. However, inside this list are a bunch of brand new companies. They're companies like, for example, you might have heard a couple of them, OpenAI, Anthropic, but there's a whole bunch of others. There's a whole bunch of others, and they serve different verticals. Something happened in the last 2 years, particularly this last year. We've been working with the AI natives for a long time, and this last year, it just skyrocketed. I'll explain to you why it happened. This industry has skyrocketed. $150 billion of investment into venture investment, into startups, the largest in human history. This is also the first time that the scale of the investments went from millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, to hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars. And the reason for that is this is the first time in history that every single one of these companies needs compute, and lots of it. They need tokens, lots and lots of it. They're either going to create and build and create tokens and generate tokens, or they're going to integrate, add value to tokens that are available created by Anthropic and OpenAI and others. And so this industry is different in so many different ways, but the one thing that is very clear,
Getting close on this BYND.
The incredible value that they're delivering already is quite tangible. AI natives, all because we reinvented computing. Just like during the PC revolution, a whole bunch of new companies were created. Just as during the internet revolution, a whole bunch of companies were created. In mobile cloud, a whole bunch of companies were created. Each one of them had their own standards, and we're talking about one of the major standards that just happened, incredibly important. And this generation, we also have our own large number of very, very special companies. We reinvented computing. It stands to reason there's going to be a whole new crop of really important companies, consequential companies for the future of the world. The Googles, the Amazons, the Metas, consequential companies that have come as a result of the last computing platform shift. We are now at the beginning of a new platform shift. But what happened in the last couple of years? Well, we've been watching, as you know, we've been working on deep learning and working on AI. The big bang of modern AI, we were right there at the spot, and we've been advancing this field for quite some time. But why the last 2 years? What happened in the last 2 years? Well, three things. ChatGPT, of course, started the generative AI era. It's able to not just
HC,
understand,
whatever.
perceive and understand.
WB.
It's able to also
Cut can go 5
translate
minutes if
and
it
generate
breaks
generation of unique
103.
content. I showed you the fusion of generative AI with computer graphics, and it brought computer graphics to life. You guys, just everybody in the
I
world
think
should
Cut
be
can
using
go.
ChatGPT.
No, not Cut
I know
can go.
I use it every single morning. Used it plenty this morning. And so ChatGPT was the generative AI era. The second, by the way, generative computing versus the way we used to do computing. It's generative AI is a capability of software, but it has profoundly changed how computing is done. Computing used to be retrieval-based, now it's generative. Keep that thought in mind when I talk about certain things, and you'll realize why it is that everything that we do is going to change how computers are architected, how computers are provided, how computers are going to be built out, and what is the meaning of computing altogether. Generative AI, 2023, end of 22, 2023. The next, reasoning AI, 01, and then took off with 03. Reasoning allowed it to reflect, allows it to think to itself, allowed it to plan, break down problems, and decompose a problem it couldn't understand into steps or parts that it could understand.
Intel breaking
It could ground
47.
itself on research. 01 made generative AI trustworthy and grounded on truth. That caused ChatGPT to simply took off. And that was a very, very big moment. The amount of input tokens that was necessary in order to produce and the amount of output tokens it generated.
Investor Beats, let's go. New sub, my man. Love it.
You know, of course, you could have much larger models. The model 01 was a little bit larger, not much larger, but its input token usage for context and its output token for thinking increased the amount of computation tremendously. Then came Claude Code, the first agentic model. It was able to read files, code, compile it, test it, evaluate it, go back and iterate on it. Claude Code has revolutionized software engineering, as all of you know. 100% of Nvidia is using a combination of, or oftentimes all three of them, Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor, all over Nvidia. There's not one.
There's the 80 break on BYND. Now you have 82, and then you get stupid.
Many AI agents helping.
Come on, I want stupid.
Claude Code completely revolutionized.
It's got to hold 80 though.
And for the first time, you don't ask an AI what, where, when, how. You ask it create, do, build. You ask it to use tools, take your context, read files. It's able to agentically break down a problem, reason about it, reflect on it. It's able to solve problems and actually perform tasks. And AI that was able to perceive became an AI that could generate. An AI that could generate became an AI that could reason. An AI that could reason now became an AI that can actually do work, very productive work. The amount of computation in the last 2 years, we know that everybody in this room knows the computing demand for Nvidia GPU is off the charts. Spot pricing is skyrocketing. You couldn't find a GPU if you tried, and yet in the meantime, we're shipping GPUs out. Incredible amounts of it, and demand just keeps on going up. There's a reason for that. This fundamental inflection. Finally, AI is able to do productive work, and therefore, the inflection point of inference has arrived. AI now has to think. In order to think, it has to inference. AI now has to do. In order to do, it has to inference. AI has to read. In order to do so, it has to inference. It has to reason. It has to inference. Every part of AI, every time it has to think, it has to reason, it has to do, it has to generate tokens, it has to inference. It's way past training now. It's in the field of inference. So the inference inflection has arrived. At the time when the amount of tokens, the amount of compute necessary increased by roughly 10,000 times. Now, when I combine these two, the fact that since in the last 2 years, the computing demand of the work has gone up by 10,000 times. And the amount of usage has probably gone up by 100 times. People have heard me say, I believe that computing demand has increased by 1 million times in the last 2 years. It is the feeling that we all have. It is the feeling every startup has. It's the feeling that OpenAI has. It's the feeling that Anthropic has. If they could just get more capacity, they could generate more tokens. Their revenues would go up. More people could use it. The more advanced, the smarter the AI could become. We are now at that positive flywheel system. We have reached that moment. The inflection, the inference inflection has arrived. Last year, at this time, I said that where I stood at that moment in time, we saw about $500 billion. We saw $500 billion of very high confidence demand and purchase orders for Blackwell and Rubin through 2026. I said that last year. Now, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but $500 billion is an
He's going to say something stupid now.
Revenue. Not one impressed.
Trying to buy freaking
I know why you're not impressed, because all of you had record years.
buying day after what?
Well, I'm here to tell you that right now where I stand, a few short months after GTC DC, 1 year after last GTC, right here where I stand,
Say something stupid.
I see through 2027 at least $1 trillion.
2027?
Jensen providing guidance.
Now, does it
Says,
make
sees,
any sense?
through 2022 at least
And
$1
that's
trillion
what I'm going to
for
spend the rest of the
Nvidia.
time talking about. In
Shares
fact,
of Nvidia heavy activity.
Members
on that.
watching
Nvidia, NVDA,
I am certain
volatility. They
computing
are
demand
talking
will be
now,
much higher than that.
All right, let me
There's a
get rid of
reason.
this.
So the first thing
Giving
is,
revenue guidance, shares some heavy
we
activity
did a lot
for
of work
Nvidia
last
on
year.
that
Of
revenue
course,
guidance.
as you know,
1 trillion through
2025.
2026.
$1 trillion!
We wanted to make sure that not only were we good at training and post-training, that we were incredibly good at every single phase of AI, so that the investments that were made,
CoreWeave, watch anything attached to
infrastructure, could
Yeah.
scale out for as long as they would like to use it. And the useful
Holy
life
shit
of
balls.
NVIDIA's infrastructure would be long, and therefore the cost would be incredibly low. The longer you could use it, the lower the cost. There's no question in my mind. Nvidia systems are the lowest cost infrastructure you could get for AI infrastructure in the world. And so the first part was last year was all about AI for inference, and it drove this inflection point. Simultaneously, we were very pleased last year that Anthropic has come to Nvidia.
I need to sell.
That MSL, Meta SL, has chosen Nvidia. And meanwhile,
I was pushing the wrong buttons.
as a collection,
I was pushing the wrong buttons. Oh, that's scary.
Of the world's AI compute, open source models. Open source models have reached near the frontier.
I kept
and it's
adding.
literally everywhere. And Nvidia, as you know, today we're the only platform.
There's no buy sell. You got to switch it manually. That's so stupid.
AI, across every single one of these AI models, in language and biology,
All right,
computer
well.
graphics, computer vision, in speech,
Good to know.
proteins and chemicals.
I was dicking with this.
Otherwise, edge or cloud, any language. NVIDIA's architecture is fungible for all of that, and we're incredible for all
Like,
of
why
that.
am I not closing
That
out these
allows
positions?
us to be the lowest cost, the highest confidence platform. Because when you're building these systems, as I mentioned, $1 trillion is an enormous amount of infrastructure. You have to have complete
Man, I
confidence
dicked that up so
the
bad.
$1 trillion you're putting down will be utilized, would be performant, would be incredibly cost effective, and have useful life for as long as you could see.
Dude, there's
That infrastructure investment you could make on NVIDIA, you could make with complete confidence. We have now proven that. It is the only infrastructure in the world that you could go anywhere in the world and build with complete confidence. You want to put it in.
So let me
any
put
of
it
the
this
clouds
way.
where
The first time he said whatever, it was 500 billion through 2026, correct? So this 500 billion is just another 500 billion. It's not like growth.
a computing platform.
Am I wrong? Or was it 500 billion through 2027 originally?
Our business
We need to know that.
already starting to show that. 60% of our business is hyperscalers, the top 5 hyperscalers.
500. Maybe it was 500 billion through 2027 originally. If so, that's
Some of it is
massive.
internal AI consumption. The internal AI consumption, really important work, like Rexis is moving from recommender systems of tables and collaborative filtering and content filtering. It's moving towards deep learning and large language models. Search, moving to deep learning, large language models. Almost all of these different hyperscale workloads
Yeah, I know,
are
right? Jeez.
moving, shifting towards a workload that NVIDIA GPUs are incredibly good at. But on top of that, because we work with every AI lab, because we work with every AI, we accelerate every AI model, and because we have a large ecosystem of AI natives that we work with that we can bring to the clouds, that investment, no matter how large, no matter how quick, that compute will be consumed. And that represents 60% of our business. The other 40% is just everywhere. Regional clouds, sovereign clouds, enterprise, industrial, robotics, edge, big systems, supercomputing systems, small servers, enterprise servers. The number of systems, incredible. The diversity of AI is also its resilience. The span of reach of AI is its resilience. There is no question this is not a one app technology. This is now fundamental. This is absolutely a new computing platform shift. Well, our job is to continue to advance the technology. And one of the most important things that I mentioned last year was our year of inference. We dedicated everything. We took a giant chance and reinvented while Hopper was at its prime and it was just cooking. We decided that the Hopper architecture, the NVLink by 8, had to be taken to the next level. We completely re-architected the system, disaggregated the computing system altogether, and created NVLink 72. The way that it's built, the way it's manufactured, the way it's programmed completely changed. Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 was a giant bet. And it wasn't easy for anybody. And many of my partners here in the room, I want to thank all of you for the hard work that you guys did. Thank you.
All right. How is this thing not
NVLink 72,
holding?
NVFP4, not just FP4.
This is a little on the wild
FP4
side.
is a whole different type of tensor core and computational unit. We
If this thing
demonstrated
can't
that
hold
we can inference
$1
NVFP4
trillion
without loss of precision, but gigantic boost in performance and energy efficiency, we've also been able to use NVFP4 for training. So NVLink 72, NVFP4, the invention of Dynamo, TensorRT LLM, a whole bunch of new algorithms. We even built a supercomputer to help
It's him
us
saying
optimize
$1 trillion.
kernels
I
and
mean,
help us optimize
of all
our
people,
complete
that would
stack.
be
We call it DGX
a pretty
Cloud.
trustworthy
We invested
source.
billions of dollars of supercomputing
Holy
capability
hell.
help us create the kernels, the software that made inference possible. Well, the results all came together, and people used to tell me, but Jensen, inference is so easy. Inference is the ultimate hard. Inference is ultimate hard. It is also ultimate important because it drives your revenues. And so this is the outcome. This is from semi-analysis. This is the largest, most comprehensive sweep of AI that has AI inference that has
$1 trillion baked in.
And what you see here on the left,
Should have said
on this side,
only make $1 trillion if Danny
this
Trump lets
side
him sell to
is
China.
tokens
I don't
per
think so.
watt. Tokens per watt is important because every data center, every
All right,
single
here's the
factory,
curl.
by definition, is power constrained.
You know, we
A
see this
1
bullshit all the
gigawatt
time,
factory
though,
will never
because of
become 2.
options. A big move, retrace most of it,
atoms,
if not 100%. The fact that it didn't retrace 100%, maybe that's telling.
Gigawatt of data
And then
center,
it goes.
you
So,
want to drive
I don't know.
the
We'll see.
maximum number of tokens, which is the production, the product of that factory. So you want that. You want to be on top
Whatever.
of that
This
curve,
move got me green on the
This-
day.
The
Thank God.
x-axis is the interactivity, the speed of inference, the speed of each inference. The faster you can inference, the faster you could, of course, respond. But very importantly, the faster you can inference, the larger the models, the more context you could process, the more tokens you can think
Powering
through.
him alone.
This axis is the same as smartness of the AI. And so this is the throughput of the AI. This is the smartness of the AI. Notice, the smarter the AI, the lower your throughput. Makes sense. You're thinking longer. Okay, and so
Am I
this
dumb? I bought some
axis is the
some
speed,
next
and I'm
month
gonna come back
calls
to
on
this. This is
Nvidia.
important. This
I'm
is
gonna
why I
try it.
torture all of you.
If $1 trillion doesn't get this stock up,
Every CEO
I don't know what does.
You watch, every CEO in the world will
$1
study
trillion
their business from now on in the way I'm about to describe. Because this is your token
No
factory.
comment.
This is your AI
By
factory.
next month.
This is your revenue.
It's a swing.
There's no question about
I
that.
bought it
going
in my
forward.
swing
And
account.
so this is the throughput. This is the intelligence. Better perf per watt for a given power of data center, the more throughput,
That's
the
a
more
good point,
tokens you can
Nick.
produce. On this side is cost. Notice, Nvidia is the highest performance in the world. Nobody would be surprised by that. They would be surprised by the fact that in one generation, whereas Moore's law would have given us, through transistors, 50%, 2 times, Moore's law would probably give us 1.5 times more performance.
Dude, this is going to go red.
From Hopper
This is going to go red.
1.5 times higher.
You want to see a flush
Nobody would have
coming?
expected 35 times higher.
This is going to go red.
I said last year at this time,
Bet
that
my
Nvidia's
left
Grace
nutsack
Blackwell
this
NVIDIA
move goes
72 was
100%.
35 times perf per watt. Nobody
This is what the
believed
market thinks is your $1 trillion.
Then semi-analysis came out, and Dylan Patel had a quote. He accused me of sandbagging. He accused me of sandbagging. He says, Jensen sandbagged. It's actually 50 times. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. And so our cost per token. Yeah.
Munster out saying that he effectively raised next year's outlook by 7%. And the stock is still going down.
Before, if you have the wrong architecture, even if it's free, it's not cheap enough. And the reason for that is because no matter what happens, you still have to build a gigawatt data center. You still have to build a gigawatt factory. And that gigawatt factory, for 15 years amortized across, that gigawatt factory is about $40 billion. Even when you put nothing on it, it's $40 billion in. You better make
There it
darn
is.
sure
Just went
you put
red.
the best computer
Freaking
system
called it.
so that you could have the best.
Freaking called it. 100% retracement.
Nvidia's
Unbelievable.
is
Now
world
watch, it
class.
might go. Who knows?
Basically untouchable at the moment. And the reason that
Wow.
is because of extreme co-design. And so I'm very happy that he named us
Champion? What's he doing? What am I looking at here?
there was a Monkey King, Token King.
Token King is what it said.
Well, we take all of our software, as I told you, we vertically integrate, but we horizontally open. We're vertical integration, horizontal open.
Gave
We
it
integrate
all
of our
back.
software
This
and
makes
all
me
of our
just not want to
technology,
trade anymore
however we
today.
could package it up and
It doesn't
integrate
matter.
into the world.
Doesn't matter.
Inference service providers. And these companies are growing so fast. They're growing so fast. Fireworks, Lynn is here, Together. They're just growing so incredibly fast. 100 times in the last year. They are token factories. And the effectiveness, the performance, and the token cost production capability for their factories is everything to them. And this is what happened. We updated their software, same system, and notice their token speeds, incredible. The difference, before Nvidia updated everything and all of our algorithms and software and all the technology that we bring to bear, about 700 tokens per second average went to nearly 5,000, 7 times higher. And so this is the incredible power of extreme co-design. I mentioned earlier the importance of factories. This is the importance of factory. Your data center, it used to be a data center for files. It's now a factory to generate tokens. Your factory is limited no matter what. Everybody's looking for land, power, and shell. Once you build it, you are power limited. Within that power limited infrastructure, you better make for darn sure that your inference, because you know inference is your workload and tokens is your new commodity, that compute is your revenues, that you want to make sure that
Look at that.
is as optimal
Red.
as you can. In the future, every single CSP,
Now it's a 4-hour
every single
cuck.
computer company, every single cloud company, every single AI company,
Look at that.
every single company period.
About to go 4-hour
are
cuck on this
thinking
thing.
about their token factory effectiveness. This is
Wow.
your factory in the future. And the reason why I know that is because everybody in this room is powered by intelligence. And in the future, that intelligence will be augmented by
Sugar got
tokens.
puts.
So let me
Just kidding a lot. I did buy puts. Suck a dick.
On April 6th, 2016, a decade
That
ago,
is
we
wild,
introduced
yo.
DGX-1, the world's first computer.
The market
designed
just
for
said,
deep learning.
huh, tier $1 trillion.
Connected with the first generation NVLink, 170 teraflops in one computer, the world's first computer designed for AI.
What's Intel doing?
With Volta, we introduced NVLink Switch, 16 GPUs connected with full all-to-all bandwidth, operating as one giant GPU. A giant step forward, but model sizes continued to grow. The data center needed to become a single unit of computing, so Mellanox joined Nvidia. In 2020, DGX A100 SuperPod became the first GPU supercomputer combining scale-up and scale-out architecture. NVLink 3 for scale-up, Connect X6, and Quantum InfiniBand for scale-out. Then Hopper, the first GPU with the FP8 transformer engine that launched the generative AI era.
That is wild.
NVLink 4, Connect X7, Bluefield 3 DPUs, second generation Quantum InfiniBand. It revolutionized computing. Blackwell redefined AI supercomputing system architecture with NVLink 72. 72 GPUs connected by NVLink Spine. 130 terabytes per second of all-to-all bandwidth. Compute trays integrate Blackwell GPUs, Grace CPUs, Connect X8, and Bluefield 3. Scale out runs over Spectrum 4 Ethernet. With 3 scaling laws in full steam, pre-training, post-training, and inference, and now agentic systems, compute demand continues to grow exponentially. And now, Vera Rubin. Architected for every phase of agentic AI, advancing every pillar of computing, including CPU, storage, networking, and security. Vera Rubin NVLink 72, 3.6 exaflops of compute, 260 terabytes per second of all-to-all NVLink bandwidth. The engine supercharging the era of agentic AI, the Vera CPU rack, designed for orchestration and agentic workflows. The STX rack, AI native
This is
storage
impressive.
built with
I'm sorry.
Bluefield 4. Scale out with Spectrum X co-packaged optics.
180. This is
increasing
totally
energy
going
efficiency
180.
and resiliency. And an incredible new addition, the Grok 3 LPX rack. Tightly connected to Vera Rubin, Grok's LPU's massive on-chip SRAM, a token
That is
accelerator to the already
remarkable.
incredibly fast Vera Rubin. Together, 35 times more throughput per megawatt. The new Vera Rubin platform, 7 chips, 5 rack-scale computers, 1 revolutionary AI supercomputer for agentic AI. 40 million times more compute in just 10 years.
mRNA.
Now, in the good old days, when I would say
What's up with that?
copper, I would hold up a chip. That's just adorable.
Pull out a data
This
center
is Vera
stack.
Rubin. When we think
Yeah.
when we think Vera Rubin, we think the entire system.
Just scanner stuff, Nancy.
Vertically
Sorry.
integrated completely with software. Extended end to end.
It's this
Optimized
GRCE
as
hitting the
one
high day
giant
scanner.
System. The reason why it's designed for agentic systems is very clear, because agents,
Sure why.
of course, the most important workload is it's thinking.
Judge hitting
the
back
large language
cuts.
model. The large language models are going to get larger and larger and larger. It's going to generate more and more tokens more quickly, so it can think more quickly. But it also has to access memory. It's going to pound on memory really hard. KV cache, structured data, QDF, unstructured data, QVS. It's going to be pounding on the storage system really, really hard, which is the reason why we reinvented the storage system. It is also going to use tools. And unlike humans that are more tolerant to slower computers, AI wants the tools to be as fast as possible. These tools, web browsers, in the future, they could also be virtual PCs in the cloud. Those PCs have to be, and those computers have to be as fast as possible. We created a brand new CPU. A brand new CPU that's designed for extremely high single-threaded performance,
CPU.
incredibly high data output, incredibly good at data processing, and extreme energy efficiency. It is the only data center CPU in the world that uses LPDDR5, and incredible single-thread performance and performance per watt that is unrivaled. And so we built that so that it could go along with the rest of these racks for agentic processing. And so here it is.
That's a Xeon
This
6.
is the Grace Blackwell, Vera Rubin. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so this is the Vera Rubin system. Notice since the last time, 100% liquid cooled. All of the cables gone. What used to take 2 days to install now takes 2 hours. Incredible. And so the manufacturing cycle time is going to dramatically reduce. This is also
USO big drop
that is cooled by hot water
on volume. I don't know.
which takes the pressure off.
Iran and U.S. have been in direct contact in recent days, sources say.
Energy that's used to cool the data center and makes it available for
Members of
the
Congress
system.
carried out by Axios,
This
Iran, and
is
the U.S. have
the
been in
secret
direct
sauce. It is
contact
the
in
only,
recent
we're the only
days.
company in the world that
That's
has
coming
today
from Axios.
built the
Thank you,
sixth,
Chase.
sixth generation scale-up
It's coming
switching
from
system. This is
Axios.
not Ethernet. This is not InfiniBand.
Ticker
This is
VRT, Victor
NVLink.
Romeo
This
Tango,
is the
shares
sixth
seeing heavy
generation
activity after
NVLink.
Jensen Wong
This is
says that
insanely
it's
hard
new.
to do well. It is insanely hard to do, period.
The chips
And I'm
platform
just
is
super proud of the
cooled
team.
by hot water.
NVLink, completely liquid.
Hot water?
This is the brand new Grok system, and I'll show you a little bit more about
Grok.
it. This system, 8 Grok chips. This is the LP30. The world's never seen it. Anything that the world's ever seen is V1. This is 3rd generation, and we're in volume production.
Direct contact
now.
with
And I'll
Iran.
show you
That's
more about that in just a
definitely
second.
something.
The world's first CPO Spectrum X switch. This is also in full production. Co-packaged optics. Optics comes directly onto this chip, interfaces directly to silicon. Electrons get translated to photons, and it gets directly connected to this chip. We invented the process technology with TSMC. We're the only one in production with it today. It's called COUP. It's completely revolutionary. Nvidia is in full production with Spectrum X. This is the Vera system, twice the performance per watt of any CPUs in the world today. It is also in production. Well, you know, we never thought we would be selling CPUs standalone. We are selling a lot of CPUs standalone. This is already, for sure, going to be a multi-billion-dollar business for us. So I'm very, very pleased with our CPU architects. We've designed a revolutionary CPU. And this is the CX9 powered with Vera CPU, the Bluefield 4 STX, our new storage platform. Okay, so these are the racks, and it's connected. Each one of these racks, the NVLink rack, this is, I've shown you guys this before, it's a super heavy and seems to get heavier every year.
Watch Intel on the short
Because
here.
I think there's just more cables in there every year. And so this is the NVLink rack. We've also taken this technology because it is so efficient to create a data center with these cabling systems, structured cables. So we decided to do that for Ethernet. So this is Ethernet, 256 liquid-cooled nodes in one rack, and it is also connected with these incredible connectors. You guys want to see Rubin Ultra? So this is the Rubin Ultra compute node. Unlike Rubin that slides in horizontally, Rubin Ultra goes into a whole new rack. It's called Kyber, that enables us to connect 144 GPUs in one NVLink domain. And so the Kyber rack, this, I could lift it, I'm sure, but I won't. It's quite heavy. This is one
SMCI.
compute, and it slides into the Kyber rack vertically. This is where it connects into. This is the mid plane. The Kyber racks.
I'm really shocked that
Those
this isn't
four
moving
top
oil, that headline.
NVLink connectors slide in and connect into this, and this becomes one of the nodes. And each one of these racks is a different compute node, and this is the amazing part. This is the mid plane, and the back of the mid plane, instead of the cabling system, which has its limits in terms of how far we could drive cables, copper cables, we now have this system to connect 144 GPUs. This is the new NVLink.
If you read it, we can
This
pick up the phone.
sits also vertically and connects into the mid planes on the back. Compute in the
Still, though,
front,
it tells you they're
NVLink
running out of stuff.
switches in the back, one
Not us,
giant
but
computer.
Iran.
Okay,
Like,
so that is
the only reason why they pick up the phone is because
Rubin Ultra.
they're out of options.
as I mentioned,
Thank you, Cheese.
how about we take this back down? I need the rest of my slides. Oh, it's coming down? Okay. Thank you, Janine. This is what happens when you don't practice.
Intel getting wrecked.
Okay, all right. So take your time, just don't get hurt. You saw this slide. You know, only at Nvidia's keynote will you see last year's slide presented again. And the reason for that is I just want to let you know that last year I told you something very, very important. And it's so important, it's worthwhile to tell you again. This is probably the single most important chart for the future of AI factories. And every CEO in the world will be tracking it.
Right
will
back
be studying
where
it very deeply.
it started.
It's much, much more complicated than this. It's multidimensional. But you will be studying the throughput and the token speed of your AI factories. The throughput, token speed at ISO power, because that's all the power you have. Throughput and token speed for your factories forever. Because we're now
As soon as I sell the
to
USO
increase
short,
the token speed,
it rolls over.
and because model sizes are increasing, because the token length, the context length, depending on the different grades of different application use case, continues to grow from maybe 100,000 tokens input length to maybe millions. The token input length is growing, and also the output token length is growing. And so all of these play into, ultimately, the marketing and the pricing of future tokens. Tokens are the new commodity, and like all commodities, once it reaches an inflection, once it becomes mature or becomes maturing, it will segment into different parts. The high throughput, low speed could be used for the free tier. The next tier could be the medium tier. Larger model maybe, higher speed for sure, larger input context length. That translates to a different price point. You could see from all the different services, this one is free, it's a free tier. The first tier could be $3 per million tokens. The next tier could be $6 per million tokens. You would like to be able to keep pushing this boundary because the larger the model, smarter. The more input token context length, more relevant. The higher the speed, the more you can think and iterate smarter AI models. So this is about smarter AI models. And when you have smarter AI models, each one of these clicks allows you to increase the price. So this is $45. And maybe one day there'll be a premium model that allows you, a premium service that allows you to generate token speeds that are incredibly high because you're in a critical path, or maybe you're doing really long research, and $150 per million tokens is just not a thing. So let's translate that. Suppose you were to use 50 million tokens per day as a researcher at $150 per million tokens. As it turns out, as a research team, that's not even a thing. So we believe that this is the future. This is where AI wants to go. This is where it is today. It had to start here to establish the value and establish its usefulness and get better and better and better. In the future, you're going to see most services encompass all of that. This is Hopper. Hopper started, and I moved the chart. This is 50, this is 100. Hopper looks like this. And you would have expected Hopper, the next generation, to be higher, but nobody would have expected it to be that much higher. This is Grace Blackwell. What Grace Blackwell did is, at your free tier, increase your throughput tremendously. However, where you mostly monetize your service, it increased your throughput by 35 times. This is no different than any product that every company makes. The higher the tier, the higher the quality, the higher the performance, the lower the volume, the lower the capacity. And so it is no different than any other business in the world. And so now we're able to increase this tier by 35x. And we introduced a whole new tier. This is the benefit of Grace Blackwell, a huge jump over Hopper. Well, this is what we're doing with. Okay, so this is Grace Blackwell. Okay, let me just reset this. And this is Vera Rubin. Okay?
Okay.
Just think what just happened. At every single tier, we increase the throughput. And at the tier where your highest ASP and your most valuable segment, we increased it by 10x. That is the hard work. This is incredibly hard to do out here. This is the benefit of NVLink 72. This is the benefit of extremely low latency. This is the benefit of extreme co-design, that we could shift the entire area up. Now, what does it mean from a customer perspective in the end? Suppose I were to take all of that and I just, multiply it against, suppose I took 25% of my power, used it in a free tier, 25% of my power in the medium tier, 25% of my power in the high tier, and 25% of my power in the premium tier. My data center only has 1 gigawatt. And so I get to decide how I want to distribute. The free tier allows me to attract more customers. This allows me to serve my most valuable customers. And the combination, the product of all that, allows you basically your revenues. The revenues you can generate, assuming this simplistic example, allows Blackwell to generate 5 times more revenues. Vera Rubin to generate 5 times. Yeah. So Vera Rubin, you should get there as soon as you can. And the reason for that is because your cost of tokens goes down and your throughput goes up. Now, but we want even more. We want even more. And so let me just show you back to this.
Give us more.
This is, as I told you, this throughput requires a ton of flops. This latency, this interactivity requires enormous amount of bandwidth. Computers don't like extreme amount of flops, extreme amount of bandwidth, because there's only so much surface area.
Trump gets options and Iran war daily.
So optimizing for high throughput and optimizing for low latency are, in fact, enemies of each other. And so this is what happened when we combined with Grok. Okay, and so we acquired a team that worked on the Grok chips and licensed the technology, and we've been working together now to integrate the system. This is what that looks like. So at the most valuable tier, we're now going to increase performance by 35x. Now, this very simple chart revealed to you exactly the reason why Nvidia is so strong in the vast majority of the workloads so far. And the reason for that is because up in this area, throughput matters so much. NVLink 72 is so game-changing. It is exactly the right architecture, and it's even hard to beat, even as you add Grok to it. However, if you extended this chart way out here and you said you wanted to have services that delivers not 400 tokens per second, but 1,000 tokens per second, all of a sudden, NVLink 72 runs out of steam and it simply can't get there. We just don't have enough bandwidth. And so this is where Grok comes in, and this is what happens when we push that out. So it goes out beyond, thank you. Goes out beyond even the limits of what NVLink 72 can do. And if you were to do that,
Intel getting wrecked
translate
still.
that into revenues relative to Blackwell, Vera Rubin is 5x. If most of your workload is high throughput, I would stick with just 100% Vera Rubin. If a lot of your workload wants to be coding and very high valued engineering, token generation, I would add Grok to it. I would add Grok to maybe 25% of my total data center. The rest of my data center is all 100% Vera Rubin. And so that gives you a sense of how you would add Grok to Vera Rubin and extend its performance and extend its value even more. This is what happens. This is a contrast. The reason why Grok was so attractive to me is because their computing system, a deterministic data flow processor, it is statically compiled, it is compiler scheduled. Meaning the compiler figures out when the data, when to do the compute, the compute and the data arrives at the same time. All of that is done statically in advance and scheduled completely in software. There's no dynamic scheduling. The architecture is designed with massive amounts of SRAM. It is designed just for inference, this one workload. Now, this one workload, as it turns out, is the workload of AI factories. And as the world continues to increase the amount of high-speed tokens it wants to generate with super smart tokens it wants to generate, the value of this integration is going to get even higher. And so these are two extreme processors you could see. One chip, 500 megabytes. One Vera Rubin chip, 288 gigabytes. It would take a lot of Grok chips to be able to hold the parameter size of Rubin, as well as all of the context that has to go, the KV cache that has to go along with it. So that limited Grok's ability to really reach the mainstream, to really take off, until we had a great idea. What if we disaggregated inference altogether with a piece of software called Dynamo? What if we re-architected the way that inference is done in the pipeline so that we could put the work that makes perfect sense on Vera Rubin and then offload the decode generation, the low latency, the bandwidth limited, challenged part of the workload for Grok? And so we unified two processors of extreme differences, one for high throughput, one for low latency. It still doesn't change the fact that we need a lot of memory. And so Grok, we're just going to add a whole bunch of Grok chips, which expands the amount of memory it has. And so if you could just imagine, out of a trillion parameter model, we have to store all of that in Grok chips. However, it sits next to Nvidia Vera Rubin.
All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna try to hit the chiropractor here. Calling it a day, up $400. It's a win.
It's based upon this idea of
He's getting into some weeds here, and I don't really think he's gonna say anything super spectacular at this point. Shocking moves on the stock. Golly. If options isn't the tail wagging the dog, I don't know what is.
The decode part is
Holy
done,
hell.
but the token generation part is done on Vera Rubin.
Anyway.
The two of them working tightly coupled
Good day.
Today.
Man, I probably would have made
special mode to reduce its latency.
$3,000 or $4,000 on that Nvidia trade, but it had an old expiration up, and for some reason it's defaulted to the old expiration on that option I took, and it said can't take it. It's already expired. I'm like, then why is this an option? And I didn't realize it was. So, anyway, got enough on it though to get green on the day.
So this is it.
It'd be interesting to see what this does going in tomorrow. But anyway, we'll be back at tomorrow. DMs are always open. Hit me up in the Discord. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys are green. I hate this market. Peace out. See you tomorrow.
Grok LP30 chip for us, and they're cranking as hard as they can.